Right. Alright. We ready? We ready. I have no idea. What am I doing? Are we And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Glowshevsky Experience. This is going to be episode 839, something like that. G Montana. What are we doing? What are we doing? I gotta love it. Gotta love this new setup. The camera just be exactly where I ought to be. I should probably just like, you know what I mean? Use this camera to duck and dodge all the hate, right? What we got? Actually, we could jump right into concepts because I got the video rendering in the background here, and we still got plenty of time. Still got plenty of time on that one. So yeah, let's just jump right into concepts. My bad, I didn't stream yesterday. I should have. I was doing I was doing my video edit thing, that thing that I do where I edit videos, and next thing I knew it was like midnight, and I was like, what? You know what I mean? I was uploading, I was doing video this, video that, like I'm almost done with this batch of videos, and I was like, oh, you know what I mean? Like let me just do some video edits. So that was my bad. I lost track of time. You know, I'd be having fun. I'll be having fun with these video edits. Believe it or not. Whoa. You know, I've been thinking a lot lately. You know what I mean? Like using that thing called the brain. Like I've been doing that a whole lot lately. You ever heard of it? And oh, is that a perforated edge? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Anybody ever have a song stuck in their head and they don't know why? It's like, man, I haven't heard that song in forever. I haven't thought about that song in forever. It's not even my favorite song. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a bad song. But you ever had like a song stuck in your head? You're just like, why is this song stuck in my head? And then, like, you're like, man, like, whatever. And then you just like let the day go on. And then the song is stuck in your head. And you're like, no way. And you're like, whatever. And then you just like let time go by. And now it's been like some days. And, you know, the next day, you still got a song that song stuck in your head. You're like, why? 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row, it's been a week. Like, you ever had a song stuck in your head and you're just like, there's no way. Like, why is this song just not leaving me alone? You know what I mean? It's not a good song, it's not a great song, it's not a bad song. It's an old song. Like, it never played on the radio, so you didn't hear it anywhere anytime recently. Like it's an unknown song, and like if I told you what this song was, you'd be like, I ain't never heard of that. You know, I'd be like, I know you haven't. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ever just had a random song? It's just like, you know how I do that thing that I do sometimes where I'm like, man, I've been like in my private time, you know what I mean? I stay hustling, I stay working. I'm always doing something. It don't stop, y'all. It never stops. It never stops. And here I am. I'm just like, why is this song stuck in my head? And I'm like, do I look up the song? Do I do like a lyrical miracle breakdown? Do I play it? Do I play it for the stream? Do I enlighten y'all? You know what I mean? To genius that once was. You know what I mean? Because if I was to break down this song, if I was to bring this song up and start breaking it down for y'all, I would be taking y'all back like I'd be taking y'all back decades. You know what I'm saying? Like decades. I'm talking about, you know me. I'll be listening to rap. I'll be listening to music, but I'll be listening to rap. And I'll be taking y'all back decades. I'm talking about like mixtape era, just before the backpack era, and just as like the backpack, like the birth of the backpack era. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was the mixtape era, but then like the backpack era was like being birthed. Like, they were in the room with the mama there that was like, push, and the doctors was there like, we're gonna catch it. And then, you know, the daddy may or may not have been there, and you know what I mean, they were like, I'm not looking. Like the backpack era was on the cusp, and but it was the mixtape era. Like, I would have to take y'all back to that. And I've had this song stuck in my head. I'm like, why? And now the song, I feel like the song is just there just because I'm like, I've you know what I mean? It's like, alright, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this song. I could have done something with that song, just like in my own time, to be like, what's going on with this song? Like, why is it here? You know what I mean? Like why is it here? Let me look it up. Why is this song stuck in my head? Why won't it leave me? I could do that. Wait, is that who that's supposed to be? Hold on. Hold on. My bad. I think I just figured out who this character was that I showed y'all, and I was like, I don't know who this character is supposed to be. I think it's a non-character. Where would that character be? Where would that character be? I don't even think they'd be in this book. I don't even think they would be in this book. Oh my god, I think I just remembered. Now I need to go check it out. I need to go check out the original design the design that I have, that I know I have somewhere. I can't remember what it looks like. 400 characters, you can't. Look at me trying to get around to a song, and I can't even get to the song because my brain's like, hey, remember this character now that I'm drawing? I'm just as I'm about to put the pencil to the page. Like, my brain was like, hey, that character that's supposed to be this character. Oh, this is what happens when you separate like 8 years of time from like when you start working on something. Yeah, it's not going to be in this book. It's going to be in the end of the other book. Okay. Where's my other book? There you are. You all hiding? You all hiding from me? Hold on. Oh no, this ain't it. This is my side. This is my other side piece sketchbook. I'm in the middle of using this. This is the new book. It's not the old one. Hold on. There you are. Alright. My bad. I think I know who that character is supposed to be. I think it was because I drew the original sketch for this character and I just didn't like it. So I think I revisited it as I was getting ready to draw this character. And I think I know why I did that. I need to, you know, as I'm working on this character, I'm still thinking about the next like handful of characters that I need to work on in order to finish up the characters that were on the map that I finished last year. You know what I mean? It's just this character is so extra right now. And I love it. I love it. That's why I wanted to stream yesterday, but man, the video editing. You ever just love what you do? Like everything that you do? You do this and you love it, you do that. It's so lovely. Where would this character be? It's gotta be around here. It's gotta be around here. Yeah, because I was struggling in the beginning. You know what I mean? You start designing so many characters and then they start to like kind of have similar things just because your limitations as an artist to be able to just kind of draw you know what I mean, regardless of the state of drawing. Like you're like you kind of like reached a that's why I don't even really rely on these sketches too much. I just use them as like this was the original thought, and now that it's been like 8 years since I worked on these things, I could just take that original thought and then just carry it all the way across the entire field. You know what I'm saying? Where would this character be? See, this is Purple Story territory. See. Now I don't know where this character would be. Yeah, see, that's this guy. Which reminds me, I need to work on this character too. Oh, snap. Oh, snap, I forgot about you. I forgot about you. Wait, so is the other buddy right here? No. No. Yeah, this is Purple Story territory. This is Purple Story territory. I don't think... Yeah, this is too early. Did I never work on that character? And is that why I don't have anything for this character? Is that why I drew that sketch? Is that sketch the one sketch that I was like... that I wasn't happy with? And I didn't even put his name next to it. Let's see. Now here we go. This is Red Story territory. I feel like this stuff is too early now. And this is the beginning when I started. Where he definitely wouldn't be a part. Yo, do I not have anything for this character? See what I mean when I say like I worked on these characters in batches. And then occasionally I like would forget a character. Understandably, you know what I mean? 400 characters, you work on them, let's say 10 at a time. You know what I mean? You draw 9 characters, you move on to the next 10, you kind of forgot about one. You know, you didn't carry the one, something like that. and you do that 40 times, you know what I mean? One or two characters might slip. I remember I didn't have anything for this character, but do I not even have a name? Yo, my bad, y'all. I did not expect this to happen, but I do need to work on this character. He's part of the ones that I need to work on. I just thought that I knew where his design was. I thought it was in this book. But now, yeah, like his character should be here. Great. Now I got a character I forgot about, and then another that I didn't draw, and a character that I forgot about. Or no, a character that I remembered that I didn't draw, and a character that I did draw that I forgot about. And then I got this monster that I'm working on. See what I mean when I said like when I'm working on the concept art from the world map, I'm working on the fringes of the world, where it's like, you know what I mean, not necessarily like main story stuff or anything close to the main character type stuff. Like, I could have swore I drew this character somewhere though, because he is kind of important. He is kind of important. Like, for the story at least. Like, I've always had this character's story in mind. Because even though he has a small time player role, he is directly linked. He directly challenges the main character. It's kind of important. So I always think about this character in regards to the story, but did I never draw him? Oh my, is that what that sketch is? And then I never gave him the name? Now that I think about it, what did I name him? Yo, I got the whole story, I got the whole character's story, like, figured out. I never drew him, never named him. My bad, y'all. I did not expect this to go this way, but I think I just remembered who that character was in that drawing that I was like, I don't even know who this is. I know who that is now. And it's that character. And that's not going to be the look that I give him. Yo. And then I don't even have a name for him. Oh, I don't want to say like talk about him like he's the most important character in the world, but he's kind of important. Like, I've been thinking about his story a lot, especially since I started working on chapter 0. Like, I've been thinking about his character a lot. Yo. Okay, why'd I design him like that? I'm sorry, I gotta go through this book one more time. Yo, I did not expect the stream to go this way. I did not expect to just remember that for no reason. I'm sitting there trying to talk about music. I'm gonna get to that song now, for no reason. I'm just gonna get to that song. Yo, if that's that character, and the reason why that character doesn't have a name next to him is because I just didn't give him a name. because he's like the one that I need to work on next. I have 2 more characters after that that I need to work on. That I was like, okay, you know what I mean? I got the design down for them. They're going to be fun to work on, but they're also going to be quick. And then I got the one that I forgot about that I have drawings for over there, because I was like, oh yeah, that guy exists and he's a part of this part of the world. Oh my god. See, what do I feel like it's gonna be somewhere around here? No. Already did them. They're over there. They're way out there. See, this is blue story territory. Yeah. Yeah, this is all blue story territory. So green? Would I have worked on them in the green story? Because then this would kind of be where I'd have them. Yeah, see, this is all blue story. This guy. See, that's where I thought this character would be. I thought this character would be here. And then I worked on these other characters instead. Okay. Character's got to be around here. He's got to be around here somewhere. There he is. There he is. I knew. I did give him a name too. It's an ill name. I'm sorry, y'all. So is this the same joint? We're in the same joint. Clip. Clip that. Okay. I need to work on that character. Dang, he looked mean too. He looked mean too. And he does look like this character. That's why he reminded me of that. Okay. Alright, I got it. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. That was... We're gonna go ahead and continue working on this character for now. Yeah, I'll pull up that song later. I really feel like I should be drawing. But yeah. Man, have you ever had a song stuck in your head for weeks and you're like, why do I got this? Why won't this song leave me alone? It's not a song that ever played on the radio. It's not a popular song. It's not even one of your favorite songs. But it's like, man, why is this song here? Yeah, and then I gotta pull up those references as well. Oh wow. How dare you? No. No. Yes. What's going on? Why aren't you playing? That, and that. Okay. Yo, I'm super ready. Yo, I can't prepare for this stream. Hmm. Hmm. Dang, did I forget about my tea and all this? In the kerfuffle? Did I forget about my tea in the kerfuffle? through something. Just getting warmed up here, right? That's funny. Ooh. I could be able to play with that. Yeah, sometimes you gotta just do something. You know, New Year's just happened. People still got their New Year's resolution like fresh on their mind. Yo, if you're like one of those New Year's resolution people who you know what I mean, like you're just trying to have fun with it, and your New Year's resolution was to do something along the lines of where you just had to tell yourself to just do something, but like, alright, that thing that I was gonna do, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. And you just went and did it. You didn't know nothing about nothing. You were just like, I'm just gonna do it January 1st, or you know what I mean, the 2nd, because everything closed on the 1st. Like, you know what I'm saying, the first opportunity you got to do it, you just jumped and did it, regardless of what it is, anything like that, right? You know, they be telling people, be like, yo, just do that thing. That thing that you've always wanted to do, just do it. You know what I mean? And people will make you feel like that's like positive energy, positive reinforcement, right? And they'll let you believe that it's like positive energy, positive reinforcement. To like just go ahead and do that thing that you always wanted to do. Because it's like, you know what I mean? The more they make you believe that they're positively reinforcing you to do something, it spreads the message that, you know what I mean, you venturing into the unknown being something that already exists out there that plenty of other people is doing, just you ain't did it yet. But you know what I mean, like you want to do it, you want to do it, you want to do it, you ain't never did it, there's people out there already doing it. And then they're like, nah, just go and do it. You're like, you know why they say that that's like positive energy, positive reinforcement? Go ahead and pursue that thing. Like you ain't never did it. There's people out there already doing it, but you go ahead and do it. You want to know why they do that? You want to know why they want you to chase your dreams? You want to know why? Who's they? You know why they want you to go ahead and just go and do that thing? Because maybe you might be somebody, right? Like that might be the thing, right? God forbid you do something you ain't never did before, and now you somebody. You want to know why they push that stuff? It's for innovation. It's because you want to do something you ain't never did, but there's people already out there doing it. That's why it's something that you want to do, right? It's because of innovation. Old things need new blood in order to keep on living. It's like a vampire system, if you will. You know what I mean? Not the sparkly ones. You know what I mean? It's a vampire system. Old things need young blood. Old things need new blood in order to continue to do something. So they always want to sit there and say, yeah, go do that thing you ain't never did. Do that thing. It's New Year's resolution. I'm gonna do that thing. And then you go and do the thing, and now you know what I mean? You what, like 4 days into it? Like, you know what I mean? You happy for now, right? Like, God forbid you're actually good at that thing. And now you're good at that thing that, like, other people is already doing. But, you know what I mean? Because you have zero experience in it, like, they're like, oh, you know what I mean? People that you thought could be friendly are just like, now they want to sit there and pretend to be your competition because you're innovating in a thing that they cease to innovate in because you're the new blood and they are the old. You see what I'm saying? I'm so old, but I look. You know what I mean? Old things need new blood. That's how they stay alive. That's how ideas stay alive. That's how concepts stay alive. That's how old entities and properties stay alive. That's how Mickey Mouses and all the Mickey Mouses that existed before Mickey Mouse stay alive. Old things need new blood. Go and do that thing. They don't ever tell you to be careful. You know what I mean? God forbid anybody think that there's somebody for something that's old. You know, you go and do a new thing that you ain't never did before. That means that you got no skin in the game. Now you go and do that thing. Now you got skin in the game, right? Now you're in the game. Well, what's a game? It's a thing that like a lot of people play, right? Twitch, like, you know what I mean? You got MMOs, you got all the first person shooters, massive multiplayer online, like team battle, everybody for themselves, like, you know what I mean, 1v all. You got, like, you know what I mean, online play, like I'm over here, you're over there, we're on the same team, like, you know what I mean, like, you got all that stuff. It's a game, you know what I mean, regardless of what that game is. Old things need new blood in order to stay alive. You know, so now you're new in this thing, right? And you're nobody. And now everybody that is somebody in that thing, they know that you're nobody. Cause they be like, who the, how they do that there? How they do that there? And don't nobody know because don't nobody know you, right? Yo, good song. How you do that there? It's a good song. Yeah, you know, you might have people that you have no idea, you never met them. Maybe you know them, maybe you didn't. But they'll extend a hand out to you. They'll try to reach out to you. They'll try to contact you in some sort of way. They'll try to, like, either be on your team at best, or, you know what I mean, invite you to their team at middle, or pretend to be on your team at worst, right? I've had this song stuck in my head and I'm like, man, why? I need to get this song out of my head, but I guess it won't happen until I do this. Now, I could have did this off stream because I have no idea what's going to happen when I do that there. Like, when I get this song, and hopefully after I, like, you know me, I'll break a 4-minute down song for 2 hours. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm Michael Caine. I'll do it. You know what I mean? So, first of all, I haven't even looked up this song since I've been thinking about it for like a week or two now. Every single day I'm like, man, this song is not leaving me alone. So I want to make sure that I'm even calling out, because it's so old. The song is so old. It's so new to you. Trust me. You will never have heard of this song. I want to make sure that I even remember it off of the correct album, because I'm like, this is from that album, from that time. Like I was talking about the mixtape era. This is mixtape era music. You ain't never heard this song, and like I said, it is not It is not the cream of the crop. It is not a bad song, but it is not the cream of the crop. It's not even like my favorite song off this album that I think it might be coming from. So I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna find out. You know what I mean? Look at us. Look at us together. We are together in this. Now, let's see if this is right. Now, I forget what, I don't even know what this song is called. It's not on the album that I thought it was, but it's the album I think before it. It's same era. Same era. It is not the album that I thought it was. But I think I was off by one album. And considering how many albums this artist has dropped, it's gonna be like, oh, yeah. Like, I was off. I was off by like, I'm sure these albums probably even came out the same year. You know what I mean? Like one of them rappers that dropped like 1,000,000 albums. This would have been around the time that like Lil Wayne was doing his mixtape era, and Lil Wayne became the Wayne that y'all know, not the Wayne that I know. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is 2006. Look at me talking about decades. This is 20 years ago exactly. That's 2 decades. I can't be more right. It's a song, and it's called Jealousy Breeds Envy. Now, what's so interesting about this song, it's actually on a better album than the one I thought it was. So now this is actually a song that but it's not like one of the ones. It's not even the best song. I probably got like 4, 5, 6 songs on this album that I like better than this one. But I'm like, and I'll talk about it. You know me, I'm gonna talk about this. Jealousy Breeds Envy. It always caught my attention. Just the title. It's in the chorus. You know how rappers do it. They just pick something out of the chorus and say that that's what the song title is. But it always caught my attention because I was like, that sounds backwards to me. Back in my 20 years ago brain. You know what I mean? 20 years ago, in my 20 years ago brain, I'm so old, but I look 20 years ago, you under the age of 20, man. Like, what you doing here? Get out of here. Like, jealousy breeds envy sounds backwards to me. I always thought like envy ought to breed jealousy, right? Like that's what I always thought. Because just because of who I am, right? You know what I mean? Like you could only understand things as you understand things until you like listen to somebody else break something down for you. And now all of a sudden, now maybe it's something you never thought about. Now you got one opinion, you can start thinking about it, or you've had an idea, and now you're just listening to somebody else's idea. Now you got two things to think about on a particular thing. You know what I mean? Unless you're one of them echo chamber people that just want to sit there and listen to your own echoes all day long, right? So jealousy breeds envy. Here I am 20 years later. This song has not left my mind for like a week at least. Daily. I'm just like, I'm still thinking about this. This is going to be one of them things I'm thinking about. So I'll talk about it before I even play the song, before I even say who did the song or anything like that. You know what I mean? 2006 mixtape era. Just the concept alone, I'll just talk about it because this is how I always thought about the song. You know what I mean? Just those words in that order. Jealousy breeds envy. because 20 years ago, my mind was still strong. I know the definition of jealousy. I know the definition of envy. You know what I mean? To a lot of people, they're synonyms, which they kind of are. But there's one very crucial detail that separates jealousy and envy. Now, a lot of y'all, you know what I mean? This is Twitch, YouTube. You know what I mean? I'm a artist, media artist, all that other stuff. Nerd culture. You think of envy. I mean, religion. If you on that, you know, there's that anime Seven Deadly Sins, and then even more in my realm, more popularly, in my opinion, you have Full Metal Alchemist. Now, jealousy breeds envy. Envy, obviously, you're like, oh yeah, that's one of the seven deadly sins. That's one of the homunculi. You know what I mean? Now, the big difference between jealous and envy is jealousy is something that you feel for somebody else, right? You don't know them, you're jealous of them. Envy, what makes envy interesting, this one crucial factor, is that envy is specifically towards your friend, your comrade, someone that you socialize with, someone that you know. You know what I mean? It's specifically directed towards somebody that you do know, as opposed to jealousy, where it's towards somebody that you don't know. Now, that's why I always thought that it was backwards. But nowadays, I get it. Years, I get it. Weeks, months, years, I get it. You know what I mean? Now just think about those words in that order. Jealousy breeds envy. Meaning it goes from jealousy and then it goes to envy. It means it goes from not knowing somebody to knowing that person. You know what I mean? At some capacity. So imagine you're that person who's like, New Year's resolution, I'm just gonna do it. Good for you, just go and do that thing. It's an old idea, we need new blood. Let's see if you can innovate. Do you have what it takes to innovate and create and dilate and meditate and gravitate and do all the eights, you know what I mean? Do all the crazy eights, crazy 88s. Do you know what I mean? Go full. Can you go full Kill Bill on it? You know what I mean? So imagine you're in this realm. Everything is new to you. Well, you are also new to everything. You see what I mean? That's kind of like why just before New Year's, I gave that breakdown towards working out, because, you know what I mean, working out is important to me. I think it should be important for a lot of people. That's why I developed my exercises the way that I did, is to open it up for everybody, because I feel like everybody can benefit from it. And it's a workout regimen that does speak to anyone and everyone, regardless of input and output. You're welcome. I figured out all that stuff for y'all. So now imagine you're new to everything and everything is new to you. If you are somebody in this new thing that you're doing, you decide to pursue something, you just so happen to be good at it. You ain't know. You just so happen to be good at it. but it's new to you and you are new to it. So it don't know you and you don't know it. You learning it, right? You know what I mean? Whether it be exercise or whatnot. You start gaining, regardless of anything that you gain, you start gaining people that think you're their competition in this thing that you love. It's probably people that you love as well. People that inspired you to do this thing that you knew nothing about anyways. Maybe, possibly, right? Like if you're, let's just say, working out. You start doing workout stuff, and now you somebody, even though you nobody, and now somebody who's been doing workout stuff, you know, old blood. Now you're their competition. Like, you know what I mean? Now they feel a way. They are jealous, right? Jealous specifically. Definitively jealous. Jealousy breeds envy. I can't get that song out of my head for the past week or so. Daily. I'm like, why is it in there? From 2006? From that album? Like, yo. What does this thing say? The song explores themes of jealousy and the emotional impact it can have on relationships. You can listen to it on platforms like YouTube and Spotify. For lyrics, you can find them in Genius. I never heard of Genius. So yeah, could you imagine? You got people you don't even know. They consider you their competition. You don't even know that they, you know what I mean? They're considering you the competition. You're just over here. You're doing that thing that you just always want to do. New Year's resolution. I'm doing it, and now you're doing it. Now you're in the game. You never anticipated. You never accounted for. You never thought about competition because you're like, why would you want that? Why would you want to bring negative energy into something that you loved? You know what I'm saying? So, like, nobody really does that unless you got problems. Or unless that thing that you do is literally competition in itself, right? You know, like sports, let's say. Like, obviously, the opponents are going to be the competition. You're knowingly going into something. Sports ain't nothing but mock warfare anyways. Warfare meaning, you know what I mean, two sides, opposing teams, da-da-da-da-da. Get into that. Obviously, you're going in towards opponents. But if it's not sports and it's not mock warfare, you know what I mean? I mean, you gotta actually stretch in order to be like competition. That's why I'd be like, huh? Where? See what I'm saying? Jealousy breeds envy. Could you imagine someone going from jealous of you to someone going envious of you because they extended like a false hand towards you and wanted to make you believe that you were friends, even though it was their intent the entire time to just be like, no, now that we're pretend friends, now that I got my competition thinking that I am their friend, yet they still harbor that jealousy towards you, that jealousy becomes envy. Because they went from not knowing you to now they know something of you, right? And I was like, oh, how creepy is that? Now, 2006, mixtape era, hip hop, it really does make sense. And I'm kind of really understanding why this song is just kind of crept back into my head. And I'm like, oh, dang. I'm not even going to play the song yet. I want to kind of just look at the lyrics because I haven't heard the song in I mean, I own this song on CD. You know what I mean? Back when cars had CD players. So forgive me if I gotta like look up lyrics. Let me see. Yeah, man, these lyrics really do make sense to me now that I understand the concept of somebody falsely befriending you. You know what I mean? Like somebody whose intent was to never be your friend, but to make you believe that y'all were friends in order to essentially just like compete against you unbeknownst to you. Like, you know what I mean? Like to go from jealousy to envious of somebody. You know what I mean? If I could,
You know what I mean? If I can throw it to your nerves real quick.
like, talking about envy from Full Metal Alchemist, one of the greatest animes. You know what I mean? Brotherhood. You know, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But even in the original anime, and I'm sure in the manga in some sort of way. I never read the manga. Envy. Envy disguised herself, whatever Envy was, I don't even know. I think it was a girl. Envy disguised herself as the friend. Right? Like Envy disguised herself as who's the character in the phone booth? He Savage. He had a crazy name. He had one of them cool names, I believe, like Luke. They had some cool names in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Envy. Envy look-alike. I don't know how to look this up. Like, who did Envy pretend to be? Because you know she pretended to be like a few characters. Oh, come on, it's just giving me a whole bunch of Envy without like any of the transformations. Alright, so Envy transforms into turned into I just, Havoc? Was it like was it Havoc? I don't even know. Buddy in the phone booth. All right, let me just get down to it. Envy, when Envy got Buddy in the phone booth, like she transformed into the wife. You see what I mean? Like Envy always took the form of the friends, specifically. I never really thought about that either. And that, you know what I mean? 2006 is somewhere around that time. Probably after that, maybe, perhaps. I don't know. I ain't trying to do all that much thinking. But yeah, Envy never took the form of anybody that would be jealous of whoever Envy made victims of. You know what I mean? And then even when, yeah, it's just giving me Envy pictures. None of who is everyone that Envy turned into? Like, can I get like a thing? You know what I mean? Like a bingo card or something? Like, come on. Who is everyone Envy turned into? Oh man, now I gotta put in like FMA. They're still not giving me anything. How dare you? How dare you? Just a bunch of pictures of Envy. Envy's a cool character design. Like, I like Envy's character. But even when it was like for Fire Lord Mustang, like Envy would turn into like his friend, throw him off. His sidekick, the Hawkeye girl, throw him off. Like Envy always specifically turned into the friends and or family, somebody that would be in a position of envious of whoever they were going to victimize. I never really thought about that because they could have just turned into anybody. You know what I mean? Like if you have the shape-shifting abilities, you could turn into anybody. But the ability was specifically utilized in the anime towards people that knew them. I never really thought about that. Very interesting. You know what I mean? But yeah, jealousy breeds envy. You know what I mean? That's why I suppose like jealousy isn't the sin, but envy is. There's truly something evil. 'Cause like, yeah. Right there, we're together. Da da da. Oh yeah. Opened up with classic style. Alright, yeah. So it says cause jealousy. I'm sure cause is like for because. Because jealousy breed envy. Enemies never been a friend to me. That's always one of those classic rap lines. I always love those things. Enemies never been a friend to me. Like, I love that part. Soon to be back where we want to be. Baby, we gonna make it any way that you want. So that's the chorus. The chorus is great. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to read the lyrics. This might be something I need to do because yeah, you got three whole verses on this whole thing. But yeah, 2006. This rapper in particular was in a crazy place. You know what I mean? Just in his career, and I'm sure his personal life, whatever, I wouldn't know. You know what I mean? One of my favorite rappers. You know what I mean? I've been on here and I've talked about how I'll say Bone Thugs and Harmony is the best rap group ever. Some people will say Wu-Tang. Look, I give best rapper to Method Man. So that's my shout out to Wu-Tang. I'll say Bone Thugs and Harmonies first. I'll say Wu-Tang second. You know what I mean? some people will say Wu-Tang is first, but at the end of the day, Wu-Tang never worked with both Pac and Big when they were alive. Bone Thugs did. I'm sorry. Bone Thugs just wins. It's the coast to coast era of rap, and you got to work with both of them, and y'all was the only ones. Like, yeah, you win. You win. That's rap game winning. You know what I mean? That's not even just like group rap. That's not individual rap. That's just the whole entire rap game. Bone Thugs and Harmony got everybody on that one. You know what I mean? Anybody else who ever did that didn't do it until afterwards. So, I've been on here. I talk about how Bone Thugs and Harmony is like my favorite rap group. You know what I mean? I'll put them at number 1. I'll put Wu-Tang at number 2. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of good rap groups out there. But around 2000, around the whole Bone Thugs Resurrection album era time, late 90s, you know, going into the 2000s, everybody thought that the world was going to end, computers were going to shut down because everything was going to tick back to, you know what I mean, when you write the date and it goes to 00, they thought it was going to reset computers to before they were invented, and internet, everything was going to shut down. You know what I mean? Y2K and all that. Like, it's those times. Bone Thugs and Harmony, the Resurrection album, was the last album before the rap group hit, hard times. I'm no historian, I'm not a hip-hop historian, but I am Bone Thugs and Harmony fanatic, right? So, the group broke up, but not really. One of them got, there's 5 of them. One of them got locked up, and then one of them left. And the reason one of them got locked up for crazy, right? For craziness. And then, not Crazy Bone. Crazy Bone wasn't the one that got locked up. I said crazy, but see, you can't even say these, can't even say words around them. And then Busy Bone kind of left the group. Now, this is back when Rhapsody the Basement was still, happening. Shout out to Big Tigger. And then there was even Tigger, the one in the suit. And even after all that happened, you had the 3 remaining Bone Thugs. Even went on and made an appearance on Rhapsody the Basement and kind of solidified that there was like a disbandment of the group, where the one dude, where Busy Bone like left and separated. Now, in those years, this is now 2000, early 2000s. This is the mixtape era of rap. One of the Bone Thugs was locked up. 3 of them was still there. They're putting out singles. If they're doing a group album, it's I don't even think they did like a Bone Thugs with just the 3 of them. I think it was only solo albums. And then one of them was locked up for 10 years. And then the other one left, and he just started going mixtape crazy. He started working super independent and put out a bunch of albums. Busy Bone. So 2006, he hooks up on the West Coast. And Busy Bone, I think he even went to Miami and did some stuff in Miami with like Pitbull and Rick Ross. And like, I think he was in New York for a little bit. Like, he was in the West Coast for a lot of bit. He did High Power Entertainment. He hooked up with them, and on the first album that he did with them, he did this song. It's a really good album, by the way. And Jealousy Breeds Envy. It was Busy Bone rapping over West Coast beats. You know what I mean? Like, you had those West Coast beats, and then just Busy Bone rapping over them. It was a beautiful combination. You know what I mean? Him being like a Midwest rapper, always having Midwest beats. Nothing wrong with Midwest beats, but always rapping over those. And shout out to DJ Unique. I always say DJ Unique is still the best DJ and you know what I mean, producer, beat producer, whatever, for Bone Thugs and Harmony and their style and everything like that. But yeah, now Busy Bone was going through it in these years. Like I don't even know, but there was like reports, like you can like look up stuff. There was even at one point, and it was during this time. This was, I believe, it was the first album, might have been the second album that he put out, where man just shaved his head, but he went from all that hair, all that luxurious hair to just gone, bald headed, just, and it was like whoa, you know what I mean? And he was doing a whole lot of walking, and I really it was interesting, you know what I mean, to hear him talk about his experiences with just the walking that he was doing, because he was like, yeah, walking was something spiritual for him. And it was like, oh, this guy's like on a spiritual journey, like with everything that he went through with Ruthless Records, with the group. He never, I mean, as far as my understanding goes, he never like left the group because he was like, nah, forget y'all. He left the group because of the deal, the sour deal that they got. You know what I mean? And that's nothing new in the music industry. How many artists get sour deals and then they're trapped with them, or you know what I mean, they just kind of see their way through them begrudgingly, and then they go on to try to do something else after that. But yeah, this was those times. And I could only imagine with him being a solo act and Bone Thugs being the greatest rap group ever, like everyone knew him. You know what I mean? Even up to that point, Bone Thugs really didn't have too many solo albums out. Only Flesh and Bone had a solo album out. He was the one that got locked up, so he wasn't putting out anything. You know what I mean? After Resurrection, and then Crazy Bone, you know, he had that legendary 2-disc album, and then he didn't drop a second solo album until 2001. So he would have been working on it during this time, but it, you know what I mean, didn't release until after the breakup. I believe Lazy Bone's album didn't come, his solo album didn't come until after the breakup. I might be wrong about that, but Busy Bone had 2 solo albums. Like I said, that dude, he be working. So when he separated, you know what I mean, because of I believe it was because of the Raw deal. I'm a Green Werewolf, don't hold me. And you know what I mean, it kind of affected the entire group, hence the beef, whatever. You know what I mean? They've made up since then. I've talked about that in the past. Not here to talk about that. Here to talk about this song specifically being stuck in my head from 2006. And this being one of the best albums, I used to put this album on repeat. And just because it's Busy Bone rapping over West Coast beats, I don't even know what album it is. But yeah, I always used to think that it was backwards, putting jealousy breeds envy, because I was like, wouldn't it be envy breeds jealousy? Wouldn't it be like, because coming off of the breakup and him working solo, I was like, they used to be friends, so envy would have been the thing. And then he left, so now he's a solo act, so now they're not friends anymore, so now wouldn't it be jealousy? So I always looked at it through that lens, and then I always looked at it as, even if I took away the whole Bone Thug aspect of it, I was like, wouldn't that just be it? Like, if you were doing something with people and you were the best, like, imagine you're Michael Jordan. You don't think, like, yeah, it's a team sport, but you don't think like they were jealous of him? Like, couldn't Jordan like not even get like on some video games because his stats were just too off the charts. You don't think that like other players, even to this day, forget about it, like are salty on their shoe deals? You know what I mean? Compared to Jordan's, you know what I mean? Like imagine it's a team sport. You're on the same team. Uh, you don't think some of the other Chicago Bulls were like, you know what I mean? Like, dang, where's my shoe deal? You know what I mean? I do just as much. Like, I do my part in the team. Stuff like that. Like, we are the champions, not he. You know, type stuff. Wouldn't it always be like it started as envy and then it goes to jealousy because you had that experience together to derive those feelings towards somebody? So then you would be envious of them. And then the envy broke y'all up, separated y'all. And then the envy would have become jealousy. Like that's why I always, for 20 years, you know what I mean? Just that song title alone. Like I was just like, I mean, I haven't thought about it for a good, 10, 15 years. Let's be real. That's why I'm like, why is this song stuck in my head? But yeah, it makes a little bit more sense to me now. Because imagine you're out there and now you're not, you're busy bone, you're not with the group anymore. You're solo. And now it's like I gotta do a solo album, right? Like this is what he does. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess he could have got a job at McDonald's or something, but he was like, no, I'm gonna do a solo album. And now this is 2006, which means he would have been working on it 2005, maybe 2004, who knows? But this is still like a few years after the breakup. You can imagine how much, after getting a salty deal from Ruthless Records, a deal so salty that he broke away from his childhood friends, and now he's just out there. You know what I mean? Like, meanwhile, as far as like the rap game goes, it's the mixtape era. Backpack era is right on the horizon. You know what I mean? Like you can imagine like where those lyrics came from. When he says, "'Cause jealousy breed envy, Lord guide us to this unity. Enemies never been a friend to me. Soon to be back where we wanna be. Baby, we gonna make it any way that you want." Like you can imagine when he's just out there solo dolo. And he got everybody, you know what I mean? One of the Bone Thugs locked up. The other three are outspokenly against him on the biggest platform. This is before a podcast. On the biggest platform, Rap City the Basement, Big Tigger. Like, you can imagine when he's just like, one, everybody wants to work with him. You know what I mean? What was that one R&B group? It had Buddy who just had beef a couple of years ago. Omarion, like his baby mama hooked up with the backup dancer or something like that. Like one of those things. What was that group called? Like Ocean's 11 or something like that. I forget. I forget what they were. Wait, where are you coming from? Get out of here. Hold on. There we go. My bad. Oh man. Even in the winter when it's super cold, You can't open the doors in South Florida. So everybody want to work with him. And you can imagine just what he brings to the table with just his name alone and his skills alone and everything like that. So even that gets him through the door with people that may not even like him. You know what I mean? Like they could just benefit, like their music can just benefit from having featured him. Like so much so that, what's that R&B group? They were some little kids too. And they were trying to claim him. You know what I mean? He was like, man, I ain't. Like that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing. So you know what I mean? Like even when big R&B groups were trying to claim him when he went, like as he was like going off the solo dolo with, like you can imagine just being out there, how anyone and everybody would have wanted to work with him. And he's just on his spiritual journey, going through a rough patch. Childhood friends, one of them just got locked up, and first of all, Busy Bone still, to this day, I'll peep his YouTube channel from time to time, and yeah, man's is still putting out great music, great songs. You know what I mean? So I'm happy for him for that. You can imagine after a few years where lyrics like that come from. Where jealousy breed envy. You got people out there that don't even like you, but they'll claim you just because I mean, like I said, the man is still working to this day and still putting out fire tracks, you know, to this day. You can imagine how, and I don't even know what his business practices were back then. Like I don't know, like managers, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? I don't know how a lot of that got handled, but when you have like your experience with the business, with the industry itself, is a rough one, like a raw deal like they got, like, and then to still, after a few years, solo doloing it, put out a fire album. Busy Bone rapping over West Coast beats, and he did it a few times, like, but yeah, I get it. This is why music is beautiful, right? This is why music is like, has that timeless factor. You know what I mean? Because I'll go back and I'll, like, you hear it all the time of people going back and saying like, oh yeah, I listen to it, I pick up something new every single time. And it's a song that's like a year old maybe. You know what I mean? 5 years old or something. But like 20 years later, it's the line that always baffled me, and I don't forgot about this song. You know what I mean? When I think about this album, I'm thinking about several other songs. But like, I don't know, last couple weeks maybe, this song, Busy Bone, Jealousy Breeds Envy, just won't let me go. I don't want to play it because of the curse words, you know what I mean? I got a self-imposed shot collar. I might pick up him saying the words on my stream, on my shot collar. It might get me, you know? And then I'll go down. I might not come up. But let me see if I can find, like, you know what I mean? The baby version. Yeah. I mean, I can't even remember if he rapped fast or slow on this one, so I don't even know if he does say anything. Huh. Now, what do they call that? What do they call that with the safe words? You know, because I know the explicit version is what you would call like the other one, but you wouldn't call it the non-explicit version. What do you call it? The uh, uh, non-explicit? Like non-explicit. Here we go. It came up for me. Hold up. But none of them are specifying not. Alright, we're just gonna play it a little bit. I don't even care no more. Hold on. Turn up the volume just a little bit. I couldn't even tell you the last time I heard this song. I'm a green werewolf right now, don't hold me. Yeah, these are those West Coast beats. Yo, I forgot the beats on. So the album is called Thug's Revenge. It might have been the first album that he did with I believe it was called High Power Entertainment. And this is a West Coast group. They, you know what I mean. They got a bunch of rappers, and they make their own beats. And does it have his name here? Either way, some of the best beats. Like especially if you're like into West Coast beats and things like that. Like this album's crazy with it. But like I said, he did a few albums. So yeah. Yeah, I know I can't even. I hate that I can't like listen to a whole song. You know what I mean? So yeah. So that's the chorus. That has been playing through my head. Anytime I get a silent moment, I'm just like, why are you back? What are you doing back here? Music is crazy. Music is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. See, one of my favorite things about this rapper, he has one of the most incredible abilities. I always talk about syllables anytime I'm just making fun over here. Uh, just freestyling, but not freestyling. And then It's gotten to the point I just intentionally throw in all these extra syllables just for fun. But something that you know what I mean, since I'm such a hardcore Bone Thugs and Harmony fan, like between Flesh and Bone, I mean, all of them, right? Like they all got like a crazy style, but like Crazy, Busy specifically, um, they have this uncanny ability to throw in extra syllables, and that's what gives them that fast rap style that they have. They just know the right words that have to use that have an insane syllable count, so that way they're squeezing in as many syllables into just a single verse every single time. And I don't know, I just always loved that. And then that's why, like any other rapper I've ever really listened to, until I started like listening to Tech Nine, I was, you know what I mean, they all rapped a little bit slow. And then, you know what I mean, then you have like the big pop rappers like Eminem, who methodically use syllables. You know what I mean? To the point where that's the reason why Eminem's capable of being able to spit all these like really fast verses. He'll pop up on my Eminem will pop up on my feed every now and then, and it's like he's 50 years old spitting like he's 15, and then it's just a verse that he says really fast, and it's because he, you know what I mean, he's doing what Bone Thugs did. He's playing with the syllable count. But Busy Bone, I don't think anybody does it like him. Tech Nine, Eminem, like his ability to throw in extra syllables and then still keep up with the beat. And it's like, man, how many words you gonna squeeze in here? If you ever try to read a Busy Bone verse, you know what I mean? It'd be like, wait, when did he say that? Like you're listening to it and you're reading it, and you're like, I didn't, but he definitely. Yeah. So this is one of those songs that he went slow. This is why I'm like, this is not even one of the ones that's like whoa, a good song, but he's not. He you know what I mean? Like he's not on this song. It's the chorus that's stuck in my head. I forget the verses by this point. You know what I mean? I'm so old, but I look. Yeah. Let me go back to this. Hmm. Oh yeah. And then it just jumps into it. And then it goes into it. So let me see, I can fast forward through this. So it's definitely like a catchy hook as far as like how he hits like that high point. But that's what I just you know, jealousy breeds envy. Like, you know what I mean? Like all of that is just like. See what I mean? Like he'll just start throwing syllables at you. You weren't ready for them. He's been going with this flow just steady, and then he'll just be like, you'll be like, wait, I thought we were just walking. Well, why'd you start sprinting? Like. You know, so yeah, this is the stuff that I always wished for with you know, just Pac and Big. You know, name a rapper that passed, but you know what I mean. I'll talk about Pac and Big since I already did, but you know what I mean. There's a lot of them, right? But this is what I always wish with rappers that passed, like to see them age, and then hope. You know what I mean? Like even back then, like during this time, which is only 10 years, like 2006 is like 10 years since Pac passed. Pac was still putting out albums at this point. You know what I mean? Like Pac had featuring Eminem and 50 Cent like during these years. You know what I'm saying? Like, like, like when rappers are young, they're rapping about young things, but you always wanted your rappers to grow old and you wanted the music you because it hadn't happened yet. It was always a mystery as to how is the music going to like mature. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people didn't really think about it because rap is such a young person's game that they always had new rappers coming in. So like this would be around the time that uh like Kanye was just breaking out. You know what I mean? Kanye would have been running into everyone's studio, and everybody would have been like, "Who is this guy?" Around this time, type stuff. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? That probably would have been like just a couple of years before this. But either way, like because there's always such an influx of young rappers, like the music stays young, and that's fine. That's cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like build the genre, build the industry, build the business, right? But for the older rappers, like this is what I always wanted. And when we got me always being a Bone Thug fanatic, like I often thought about like like Pac and Big, and you know what I mean. Those are some of the best songs that Pac and Big did. Like who doesn't know uh, Thug Love and Notorious Thugs? You know what I mean? Like who doesn't know those songs? So uh, you know what I mean. But then there's like every other rapper from the '90s, and since then, like you always wanted them. I always imagined their music aging gracefully, and because all of Pac's albums that he dropped after after he passed, like they were still young Pac. So here we are 10 years after Pac, but you know, so Pac would have I don't even know how old he was when he passed in what was it like 96 I believe, if not 95, something like that. But yeah, let's just look that up. How old was Pac? I want to say he was like what, like 26 maybe. 25. Yeah, so he was 25 by and does it have his hmm, oh to 96. So yeah, this is 10 years after Pac. He's still dropping new albums, new verses, everything like that. Um, but it's still young Pac. You know what I mean? It's still Pac in his early 20s verses uh, that are in those releases 10 years later. Um, it was because Pac just kept releasing albums that you know what I mean? The conversation came up of music aging because all the rappers that were around at the same time as Big and Pac. Uh, you know what I mean? Like rap being a young man's game, like those rappers started getting put to the wayside. You know what I mean? I talk about Busta Rhymes. I turn into Busta Rhymes. I say, like I say that all the time. Whatever, right? But it was rappers like Busta Rhymes. Were getting replaced with like the Kanyes and stuff like that. And I think I think it's great to see rappers rappers from those days still around, still making music, like Busta Rhymes, like Snoop Dogg, like, you know what I mean? Um, like even though Eminem was coming up in the '90s, you know what I mean? He didn't like really get big until the late '90s, and then in the early 2000s, that's when Eminem was Eminem until the what was it, the he was like a few albums deep before, you know what I mean, his career, whatever. So I wouldn't even like include Eminem, even though by this point he is like an older rapper, but like Nas, uh, like it's cool to see like how mature rap is mature. You know what I mean? Uh, what was it? Andre 3000 just recently was like, "Yo, what you want me to rap about? Rap about my backaches or something like that?" And it's like, "Yeah, rap about that." You probably say it's super ill. You know what I mean? Um, I always thought about like all those rappers from the '90s, like Big and Pac. Like, man, I really wonder what they would have sounded like and what they would have rapped about had they had the opportunity to, you know what I mean, get older and let their style and their music, you know, become what it is. You know what I mean? What subject matters would they tackle? Because at the end of the day, man, you know Tupac wasn't gonna stop. You know Big wasn't never gonna be allowed to stop. You know what I mean? Like Big probably would have wanted to retire, and they would be like, no, come back, do another one, do another one. You know, and he'd be like, like, but so this is what's cool, is because now, like even Busy Bone, I think, when did he like Creeping on the Come Up came out? I think was in like 91, 92, maybe 93. Like he's a '90s rapper and he's still putting out heat. I think he just dropped a single like last month maybe, and crazy song. I loved it. Like yeah. So he's not even going full. He's not even going full Busy Bone on this song, but he does get a little bit in there, right? Like as far as like the harmonious part. Yeah, yeah. So Busy Bone went on this mixtape circuit, and all through the 2000s, I was in high school, college. I would, you know what I mean. Anytime the subject matter came up, didn't come up that often, because you know what I mean. This Florida, this Tri County, you know what I mean. Like Midwest rappers weren't it. They weren't the what was popping at the time, and it was all about like the mixtape rap with like uh, Lil Wayne coming back and all that other, you know, Young Money, da 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 da, like all of that was starting. So like Midwest rap wasn't it, but there was, you know what I mean, like popular Midwest rappers, but subject matter didn't come up that often. But whenever it did, I would always talk about like, man, I think they're getting back together in like 2010, and then I looked it up like later, and then it was like, yeah, what did Buddy get locked up for? And then you're like, whoa. And then it was like the earliest that he was going to be able to come out was 2010, and then by 2011, I believe that's when the Bone Thugs and Harmony Unified album came out, where all five of them got back together. I think it was 2011, which is just 1 year after. But if you count the production time of them like getting back together, putting together all the you know the getting all the beats and writing all the verses and then trying to figure out how they're gonna, you know what I mean? Like 2010. So it was like I always talked about that and I always looked forward to that. And I don't know, like I said, they're all still active to this day. I wonder when was the last Bone Thug album drop? Because I know they're all still putting out solos and singles. You know, I don't know when was the last Bone Thugs and Harmony. Now I just need that for me. You know, my iTunes account got hacked. Yo, T-Pain, you on Twitch? What happened to my iTunes account? Yo, Timbaland, you know what I mean? Like, my iTunes got hacked. What happened? Snow the Product. Yo, you on Twitch? Like, my iTunes got hacked. What happened? What happened with that? You know what I mean? Let me find out. Let me find out a hip hop artist is on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? What was the last Bone oh dang, they're gonna make me write that. Harmony. Album. No. Bone Thugs and Harmony album. How dare you? How dare you? I know you're lying to me. I know you're lying to me. It's saying it was Resurrection. Nah, because Unified came out like well after Resurrection. Like 10 years later almost. Hold on. Okay, so a YouTube video from 10 months ago. All five reunite for new album. So it might have been last year, unless it's coming out this year or something. I mean, I know they're all still active. "30 albums. "30 albums. I'm sure a lot of those are like mixtapes and whatever. But still, 30 albums from 2022 to 2024. Like they're still super active. That's not the question. Well, either way, they reunited for a new album last year. So you know whether it came out or not, they're still doing it. And I love it because I don't know. What, I'm old. I'm so old, but I look. So the music has aged with me. See. And that's another thing. That's another thing that he did. He would often, and I mean, he did this, you know what I mean? Like Bone Thugs did this in the 90s. Like, again, this is what kind of like put their style together. And there were other Midwest rappers and other rap groups that did like fast raps, but nobody did it like them. I shouldn't say that. Like, you know what I mean? 3-6 and them. But they also had a lot of like slower jams too. You know, where Bone Thugs didn't really have too many slower jams unless they were just singing, like straight up singing. But anytime like a verse would come on, it would, you know what I mean, rapid fire. I knew that. I had to cut that word off. I knew that word was coming. See, now the song's coming back to me. He said, "Let me tell you with a lisp." Like, get out of here. He said, let me tell you with a lisp. Oh, this video finished rendering. Tight. Either way, that hopefully I'm gonna go ahead and listen to that song on repeat after the stream is done, until like it just gets out of the system. But yeah, that chorus, you know what I mean? Just so now you can go ahead and get that stuck in your head. Enemies never been a friend of me. Here we go. But yeah, it's so interesting. So interesting, the concept of, jealousy becoming envy. Mm. Yeah, could you imagine somebody considers themselves your competition? Then that person, you know what I mean? Like, they're sick in the head, and then they think that they can just say that they're somebody's friend. You know what I mean? Like you could just say that. Like you could just say that these days. Like you could just say like, oh yeah, that's my friend. Like who's ever gonna question anybody? You know what I mean? God forbid somebody asks a question. Don't talk about my heartache. You know, God forbid somebody just going around saying like they're your friend. You don't even know them. You know what I mean? You don't even know them. People out there just are like, yeah, that's my friend. You know, nobody ever asks a question. Yo, God forbid somebody commit a crime against you. And when somebody finally dares to ask a question, the only question that they ever dared to ask was, why you did that? And then the person's answer to that question is conveniently, they're my friend, I know them. They're my friend. God forbid anybody ask a question. Oh, well, since that's your friend, unconfirmed. I guess it's completely perfectly natural and normal and okay for you to commit crimes against that person. Bet. Bet. Police be like, hey, I never heard of a friend treating another friend like that. Police be like, yo, it just must be me. I ain't never heard of a friend treating a friend like that. Gee Willigers. God forbid anybody ever ask a question. Yeah, my chat is so chill. My chat is so chill. Oh, dang. Hey, look who's back. Guess who's back? Let me get you twisted, man. Let me get you twisted, man. Yo, look who's back. Yo, the holiday season must be over. Yo, the holiday season must be over. Nice. Yeah, it's so crazy. So crazy with the digital age. Everything being all digital these days, the way it goes. You could just have people out here saying that they're your friend all day, every day. You'll never know it. You'll never know it. God forbid somebody ask a question. That's my friend, I swear. Like, yo, are you sure you weren't just jealous of a stranger who you don't know at all? And you're just going around saying you're their friend? Because you got caught? You know, police be so dumb. Police be so dumb, so quick to believe. Well, I guess I don't need to do nothing. That's your friend. Who am I to say who's somebody friend and who's not somebody friend? I never heard of friends treating each other like that. I never heard of a friend doing that to another friend. It must be me. It must be me. You know, cops be so special needs. Like where's the Shaggy? Where's the Shaggy remix? Where's the Shaggy remix? I'm catching criminals right-handed, and be like, it must be me. Now, Your Honor, they said that they were their friend. So I decided to do absolutely nothing ever about anything. God forbid anybody ever ask a question. Give you an opportunity to turn into Terry Crews and be like, what? Nah. We're not doing that. Yo, judge be like, yo, officer, that is a career crackhead. Says on this report right here, you know that's a career crackhead. What you mean it must be you? Yeah, my chat stay quiet. God forbid my chat actually start chatting. Here I go making chat chiller emotes for y'all. Yo, how I streamed for 5 years. I've been streaming for 5 years. My chat still don't have enough common sense to say alert. You're right. I give them the most chat chiller emote on Twitch. So that way they can stay quiet. They can stay quiet and stay cool. You mean after 5 years I can still address my chat about how quiet they are? And give them a dope emote to remain quiet? Still too cool? Oh, dang chat. Dang my chat. I'm gonna have to make a still too cool emote. I'm gonna have to make a still too cool emote. Alright, chat chilla. Chat chilla, chilla. B2K, that's their name. It was B2K. Boys to Kids, or whatever it stood for. B2K. Yo. B2K did a song with Busy Bone, and then they were like, nah, we're gonna do a whole album. And then they were like, nah, he part of the group. I think there was already 4 of them with one backup singer. And then they're like, nah, it's gonna be 6 of us now. You know what I mean? Try to spin some narrative that Busy Bone left one group to go join another group. They're all teenagers. Busy Bone a grown man. Hey, Busy Bone, at least you had the opportunity to be like, yo, I'm a grown man. I don't know what they talking about. I'm this close to shaving my head and going for a spiritual walk. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at least Busy Bone got that. You know what I mean? B2K. Where we at? Oh, dang, that's it? That's it? Could you imagine that? Busy Bone going from Bone Thugs and Harmony, hardcore rap group, known for rapping about hardcore stuff. I mean, it's Bone Thugs and Harmony, so they'll harmonize. They'll harmonize on you. Wait, I still gotta do those, right? Yeah, alright. I'm trying to figure out what's the next video I gotta work on before I move on. What was that song that they did? And coast to coast to give it the ghost, ghost. I think it was that song. And coast to coast to give it the ghost, ghost. It was like the hardest song that B2K ever put out. Yeah, don't make me put on. Don't make me put on. I'm this close to. Yo, Busy Bone went to go do his solo thing. And this is what I mean talking about jealousy breed envy. You know what I mean? B2K tried to be his friend so bad. Like, yo, this is like but like, nah. They tried to be his friend so bad. I mean, I could just look it up. Let me see if I can. B2K. See what happens. Went from BTNH to B2K. like they were really trying to. Yeah. April 16, 2004. AllHipHop.com. Busy Bone denies signing with B2K's label. The homie Raz B had some splaining to do. See what had happened was... ... Big Court asked the B2K about Busy Bone dissing them. Dang. Dang. That was in 2025. B2K still getting asked questions about. Yo, I'm so old, but I look. That's just funny to me. 2025, they still getting asked questions. B2K ain't even a thing no more, didn't they? You know what I mean? Like they were in the news because Omarion backup dancer like slept with his girl or something like that. Like they still getting asked questions. Is, hey, remember y'all was B2? What? Yeah, that's how much of a star Busy Bone is. People got to put together pieces like it's a puzzle. They gotta like put this piece together, that piece together, that piece together, just to get to ask people that's not even Busy Bone friend. But like, talk to us about Busy Bone dissing. but like you slept with his girl, he slept with your girl. What? Well, what about Busy Bone? Tell us about it. 20 years later. Yeah, look at that. 2004. Busy Bone signed with B2K. Dot dot dot. LOL. You know what I mean? Some hip hop onion network. You see what I mean? Yo. At least Busy Bone got the opportunity to, you know what I mean, turn into Terry Crews and say, nah, we not doing that. Damn, Busy Bone had to put out a diss track against him just to solidify it. Revealing a story of miscommunication and missed opportunity. Yo. And then 2 years later, Busy Bones dropping Jealousy Breed Envy. Oh, was Better Run, Better Hide? Okay. So this is still from that era. This is Busy Bones stepped out on his own. Better Run, Better Hide off of another really good album, but this was when he started that journey before he cut the hair. You know what I mean? Last album before he cut the hair, he put out an album. What was it called? Alpha and Omega or something like that. And dude, check out Busy Bone Alpha and Omega album and check out the intro. The intro, he's just talking, right? And you can't even hear what he's saying because the audio's so washed out. The audio's washed out more than my audio on my podcast. You know what I'm saying? And that's saying something. Like Busy Bone Alpha and Omega album, last album he did before he cut the hair, so he still had the hair in that album. You know what I mean? And this was the last album he did before he went Meow, and then he went to the West Coast and just started rapping over West Coast beats for a hot minute. Like Better Run, Better Hide was it? Because I recall he mentioned B2K in there at some point, something like that. I didn't know, I wasn't aware. Maybe I was, man. Like I said, I'm so old, but look, it's been 20 years. I don't even know. I'm a green werewolf. Don't hold me. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. You know what I mean? Let's get more Devil May Cry on my. Let's get more Devil May Cry on my. Here, let's go here. And then, oh damn, I already forgot what it's called. Better Run, Better Hide. See, this is also another one from that era. I wonder, it's gonna be before 2006, so maybe it was 2004, 2005. But this is that same era. This is right before he went, and then he did that. You know what I mean? He cut his hair like everybody wanted me to do, like I'm gonna do it. Better get out of my face. Yeah, 2004. And I think this is Seven Sound Records too. This is his record label, I believe. I believe. Don't hold me. You know what I mean? Oh dang, whammies. Oh yeah, he does spit fast on this one. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yo, I was listening to music back then. I was listening to music back then. I didn't even care about what was going on ever. Like, I remember this song now. Man, okay, okay. So this is why this is why I had to go. This is the only reason why I looked it up, cause or even know about the you know the whole B2K situation was because I listened to this album on repeat. But this is off of the Alpha and Omega album, and uh, the intro, he just talks. You can't hear what he's saying. I love the intro because the beat is so good. It's one of the best beats. If I remember, it was something along the lines of like, but it sounded like way better than I'm doing it. But it was just this nice beat, and he's just talking over it. I don't even know what he's saying, and it's like, be like, you better have a track with this beat on it where you're rapping over it on this album, and he never did. And I listened to the album on repeat, and every time I listened to it, I'd be like, there better be a song on this album with this beat where you rapping over it. And it never happened. I put the disc in again, and then the disc played it again, and I'm waiting for the never happened. Background. This is what I love about Bone Thugs and Harmony. Uh, I don't even know how much it happens anymore in rap hip hop. Like I'm sure some do it, and I'm sure most don't. Uh, you know what I mean? Back in the day, when rappers were just trying to get time to rap, like in the studio because they didn't have all the stuff. Like for instance, Tupac. Since I've been talking, Tupac would do the same song and record it several times. You know what I mean? For whatever reason, insert reason, and then they would piece together like the best sounding verse by taking like he would do the same perform the same song, let's say 3 4 5 times, and then you have the same song 3 4 5 different, or you know what I mean, very similar versions of it. Just when he said these lines it sounded better, when he said those lines it sounded better, when he spit this verse it sounded better. So then they would piecemeal it together, and then you'd have one bomb hit. You know what I mean? So like rappers back in the day, I'm sure they still do it. Some of them, for the most part, they uh, they had layers. Like nowadays, they call them ad libs, where you spit a verse and then there's like a little ad lib at the end. You know what I mean? Maybe they repeat the last word that is said because that's where the rhyme is. You know what I mean? And but something that Bone Thugs always did, and I always loved it. This is part of the reason why I loved them. I love their music. they you would have like two songs playing at the same time. Like when they talk about the harmonizing part, the Bone Thugs and Harmony, like it was like the Bone Thugs was like the spitting, and then they, you know what I mean? Like it was their whole style. They called it a flow back then, flow motion. But that's what it was about. Um, music really is all about the syllables and all that stuff, but it's also like the syllable count, catching the beat, and all that other stuff. Like that's all. That's any music, not just hip hop. And Bone Thugs, because they tapped into the harmonizing, and they tapped into throwing so many syllables at you so quickly and jam packing a single verse, still keeping up with the same beats that any rapper can rap over, but any other rapper that wasn't Bone Thugs and Harmony wasn't throwing even half the amount of syllables in there, and yet the verses were still cohesive. This is what I mean about like Bone Thugs and Harmony. The, they could spit fast, and they can harmonize, and they were layering, you know what I mean, verses over verses. Like you can hear, I mean, you can hear, but you can't hear because he's singing the chorus mad slow. I'll turn it up. He's singing the chorus mad slow. I'll turn it up, but not too loud. You know what I mean? For my neighbor, I want to sit there and make a fake complaint about noise or something. No, and I'm not making noise. But you'll hear while he's, the chorus is slow. You know, you run, you hide. But in the background, like he's saying, I don't know what he's saying. Like, like how good is that? To be able to layer three vocal tracks over a beat, so you have four different layers of audio playing at the same time, and it's just, and it works, and it works. You know what I mean? It's about that going back and then going through the song again, going back and going through the song again, and going back and going through the song again. Of the deal with Ruthless Records, which is part of the beef with, was part of the beef with the other Bone Thugs. Now I don't know how all the paperwork worked out, but at the end of the day, Bone Thugs owed Ruthless Records an X amount of music, I suppose, or X amount of albums, and they hadn't done all the albums that they needed to do just yet, and that was the beef with the breakup. Now one of them got locked up, you know what I mean? So like, hey, I can't be on the album, but you still got four of them to, to go ahead and finish out this contract that you have with us, where, you know what I mean, I don't even want to know the details. um but yeah, could you imagine just getting out of one bad contract, and then you got, you know what I mean, you're doing your thing, and then you got these like little kids, because this is B2K. This isn't like Omarion like 50 years old now, but he's still doing it though. You know what I mean? Like he's still out here and talking about like his dude slept with his girl like 1,000 years ago, like it matters today, and who knows what. Like, could you imagine these kids are like, they give you the most sour deal, another sour deal, probably almost just as bad as the deal that he was like leaving his childhood friends for. You know what I mean? It was that bad of a deal. And then these people give him like the worst deal ever, and then he's like, and then on top of like before it goes public, they're like, yeah, 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 he joined us, he joined us. Like he left Bone Thugs and now he's joining B2K. Like, could you imagine? So, and that's what I mean. Like between the last song that I was playing, you see what I mean? Because I don't know how many of y'all like are watching me and listening. You know what I mean? Because in my experience, like no one ever hears like music like this. You know what I mean? Unless I'm the one that's like showing them, be like, yo, listen to this one. But you see, like in that last song where I was like, oh yeah, he's barely going on this one. He's still barely going on this one. He's still barely going on this one. He's kind of going, and that's why I could listen to this album on repeat. But yeah, man, I got to go ahead and just put on some old Busy Bone and re remember some of these albums. It's so funny. It's so funny. I still kind of remember this. Hear what he's saying in the background, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. But see, this is the type of energy that it carries when you have like not even fake friends. Like B2K wasn't even his friends. They did a song. I should put that song on so you can know what led to it. But they did a song. I barely remember it, but it was like from coast to coast to give it the ghost, ghost. Like it was like that's the chorus. It was on a B2K album, so it was B2K featuring Busy Bone, and Busy Bone was on his departure from breaking contract with Ruthless, something like that. So much so that you know what I mean. One dude got locked up, and the other three jumped on Rap City the basement, and they were like, "Nah, we're not doing that." And you got these uh, whatever B2K is, like slow jam. I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with B2K's music. The only song I would have heard, and I only listened to it the one time just so I could hear it. You know what I mean? Just so I could be like, yo, what? He did a song with them, really? You know what I mean? You see what I mean? Like, like everybody likes to talk about this rapper, that rapper, because they'll switch up the flow. They don't just keep a consistent like dun 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 dun. Like they don't just spit the same. You see, this is the thing about Bone Thugs and Harmony that just me my whole life nobody else ever got, and I don't get it because I hear everybody bigging up all these other rappers for all these reasons, and all these reasons are the same ones that I was just like, yeah, Bone Thugs do that. You know what I mean? Between the rapping and the singing, they can they do it all. And then Busy Bone specifically, like Crazy and Flesh, they definitely do it. Lazy Bone does it. Uh, they all do it. Wishbone does like, but Busy Bone does it crazy. He probably does it the most. Uh, I know Crazy Bone does it a lot as well. I think Crazy Bone has a less hectic like uh like way to go about doing it. You know what I mean? Like his style is just less hectic than Busy Bones. Busy Bones is always just like, you know what I mean? Unless you're familiar with the song, like you've heard it a lot. But if you've never heard it, you are not prepared for him to take a verse in the direction that he goes. And it's like, man, I haven't heard this in so long. But that's what makes songs like to me at least, that's what always made hip hop interesting. You know, like I'll listen to when I started listening to uh, Cannabis, and I talked about Cannabis in previous streams. Like he was another one that did that. Now he didn't have like the rapping super fast and singing. Like he was just like a hip hop lyricist. But as far as like his lyricism goes, he actually put in the effort over the course of albums, and you can hear like the evolution in his music. You can hear how his music and his style grew until he got it to a point where he like got it to an art. So he doesn't like go as slow or as fast as Bone Thugs do sometimes, but Busy Bone he'll just you know what I mean? Like he slow. It's like a roller coaster. You know what I mean? That's what I always loved about their music. What's going on here? Let's get you. Let's get you over here to look at that. Let's get this back up. Yeah, I hate that. I can't even like commentate over music. You know what I mean? Because in order to let you like actually hear like the verse, you kind of got to play the whole verse, especially since the verse isn't just like repetitive. It isn't monotonous. It's, you know what I mean? Like, could you imagine if I just like paused it every four verses, like I would probably need to? Like, you wouldn't be able to like catch how he's just like over the same beat. But yeah, I might just do that. I might just put on the Give Up the Ghost just so you can hear, because it's probably like B2K's like like hardest song, and it's still a slow jam. You know what I mean? Oh, what are we doing? Are we good? Yeah. So what? Yeah, I had to look it up. So let me see. Oh wait, it wasn't called. Hold on. Oh, this is a different song. This isn't B2K? Immature? Yo, who is Immature? Wait, so what was the song that... Did they even do a song? Hold on. What really broke them apart? Brought them back? Dang, it's so crazy. I don't watch any interviews. That YouTube just gives you whatever, right? Basically, 4 years ago, Crazy Bone busy dissing 3 6 Mafia, Biggie's Notorious Thugs, Squashing Beef, Part 9. Yo, the rap game is crazy. What? Uh, hold on. Hold on. The rap game is crazy. Yo. Wait, so who is Immature? Is Immature and B2K got anything to do with each other? So this isn't even a song. Because it's Immature. Give Up the Ghost featuring Busy Bone. 1997. Wait, I gotta look this up. Is Immature B2K? Is Immature B2K? I mean, they're definitely not, right? Immature was an R&B boy band formed. Our worst behavior, playtime is over. By the B2K thing, the triple letter thing, I have no idea. And released albums under their disbandment in J Boog tours and events, indicating a continued connection to their past. So at least one B2K member came from the R&B group Immature, I'm guessing. I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm so old, but I look. Uh, IMX, Immature Talks Reunion, Immature Talk Reunion. I hope they're doing okay. You know what I mean? But this is 1997. The B2K diss was 2004. I mean, you're talking like a 6 year difference. I mean, there would have been that history there of. So then it was just a rumor without ever a song coming out. Because I thought this was the song that they did, and then they were like, "Yeah, we're getting together, or he's gonna join the group." Cause yeah, I'm not seeing anything as far as like a Busy Bone with B2K. I mean, I'm even getting a Crazy Bone uh, dissing Busy Bone track, But you know, who knows? I mean, without listening to it and looking into it, who knows how real that is? You know what I mean? Coming from 9 years ago, they would have already done Uni5 and got back together at that point. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's the thing with YouTube. Video gets uploaded 9 years ago, but it could be a 20-year or whatever, 20-year-old thing. Someone just re-uploading something. Wish denies Busy's idea for a song, says your demands hold no weight right now. That's so funny. Yo, Wishbone crazy. I love Wishbone. I love, yo, Wishbone is Alright, so this is the Immature featuring Busy Bone, which would have had the history of Busy Bone and B2K. But B2K, so either one guy or some of these guys on this song I'm about to play, like, tried to give Busy Bone a bad deal, I would imagine, while he's sitting there trying to get away from a bad deal. Like, I'm not even familiar with this song, so you know what I mean? Like, like, forgive me. So this is the chorus, but it's like an R&B song. It's like it's not a rap thing. Yeah, see, like, you see, I thought that was like Omarion who was singing those parts, those ad libs. That's so funny. See, this got to be one of the hardest songs that they ever put together. Yeah, 90s is crazy. Hmm. So I have no idea. Maybe it just was things that happened behind the scenes, and nothing was ever actually done. Here. Yeah, I don't even want to look up the thing. I was gonna look up when Bone Thugs went to Rap City at the Basement, just because I'm sure, like, so many people are unfamiliar with Rap City at the Basement at this point. Unless they brought it back. You know what I mean? Cable television. I have no idea. Here we go. So yeah, man, you could see how and why. Like, situations arise where people just, you know what I mean? However you want to say it, speak out of turn, talk out of pocket, lie, and just go and say something crazy. Like, yeah, that's my friend, or nah, we're cool, or he's joining the group. You see what I'm saying? Like, when people just kind of go like out of their way to just deceive people, make people believe something it just isn't true. Yo, look at me with my rapper hands. Look at my rapper hands. Rap her hands. Come on. I'm not a rapper. You know, you just have to wonder, be like, yo, like how hard did B2K hit the rock before somebody ran their mouth, you know? Kind of makes you wonder, like, what's the point of telling a lie like that? You know what I mean? Like, I guess people were just chasing clout back then as well. You know what I mean? Like, you did the whole immature band thing, now you're doing the whole B2K thing, and behind the scenes rumors, Busy's walking away from Ruthless. He's gonna leave his boys to go ahead and finish out that contract without him, while Flesh and Bone is locked up. You know what I mean? Like, Bone Thugs is already going through it. Like, as far as like being in the news and stuff like that, like, so you can imagine like how much B2K was just like clout chasing to be like, yeah, you gonna join us, and that's my friend. I swear. I'm like, dang, man, you forced mans to to make a diss track. Against a and not even against like another rapper that could like put like a diss track back. Like, how you gonna be an R&B? How you gonna be like an R&B band singer? You know what I mean? You ain't never did nothing but put together love songs. Ain't nothing wrong with that neither. I'm not gonna knock that. You know what I mean? I be so lovely. I be so lovely on my streams. I'm not gonna knock like a R&B band. R&B band. Wow, that's a Taliban. Like, yo, Busy Bone. Busy Bone turned into Terry Crews, said, "Nah, we're not doing that." Oh, wait a second, did Terry Crews turn into Busy Bone? And said, man, you better run, you better hide." You know, it's like that one headline read that I just that I was going through. And they said one of the B2K band members, not whatever their name was, not J Bug, but one of the other ones, got some splaining to do. Like, you got some splaining to do. Chasing all that clout. Like, of course you want Busy Bone to join your R&B group, so y'all can put together more coast to coast, giving up ghosts, give y'all an opportunity to go ahead and do something that you ain't never did before. You know what I mean? Try to build your rep. Yeah, what that one man saying that one time? You ain't never worked no rep. Like, y'all seriously made Busy Bone go make a diss track? I don't even want to know what the deal was, you know? You know what I mean? Like Bone Thugs, they know a raw deal. Yo, if you're a rapper, you're looking at a contract, just be like, yo, what? Have Bone Thugs manager look at it for you. You know what I mean? Just give them a one-time payment. Be like, yo, can you read this contract for me? How raw is this contract? Bone Thug manager be like, he'd be like, yo, do you want to give up everything? See, I would put on Busy Bone's latest single, but I'll just go tell you to go to his YouTube channel. Yo, Busy Bone got his own YouTube channel called Jam TV. You'd think it would be like Busy Bone, but it's called Jam TV. I think it's like a joint effort that he does with his wife and his newest child, something like that. Beautiful thing, you know what I mean? Doing what you love with the people that you love. Well, that's a beautiful, like that's a beautiful story. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like rappers aging and things like that. Like I don't keep up with a lot of them. Like, you know what I mean? Like Jay-Z, outside of the publicity, I don't know what be going on. You know what I mean? I barely paid attention to the whole Solange issue that happened however long ago. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Nas, I don't even know what he up to outside of like I know he last time I checked in on Nas, you know what I mean, before my iTunes account got hacked. And yo, Nas, you ain't even on Twitch, but I'm sure you're on YouTube somewhere. What happened to my iTunes account? Let me know. The last time I checked in on Nas, he was working with Hit Boy? No. Lemonade? No. Nas was working with some producer, and it was like a new producer, like, you know what I mean, putting together like new beats, like nowadays beats, and then Nas being, you know what I mean, the wizened rapper that he is. You know, have like that classic hip hop style over new beats. Wait. I already did this one. Hold up. Do I got the wrong? What did I click on? Oh, damn, I clicked on the wrong video. This is the wrong video. Hold on. Dang. Get out of here. No, delete it. So yes, Andre 3000, we want to hear you rap about, you know, drinking cranberry juice and, you know, how, your knees cracking, like whatever's happening. Cause ain't nobody gonna say it like how you say it, you know? Yo, Andre 3000, what happened to my iTunes account? I'm just gonna call out every rapper since ever. Where we at? Oh wait, I gotta go this way. How does this go? Dang, so I must have just like flipped through all that with the quickness. No, no. Alright. Okay. I wonder if I edited that correctly. You know, Busy Bone had to go diss B2K and then went to the West Coast and started rapping over West Coast beats. Some of the best West Coast beats. Oh dang, what am I doing? Look at me tripping. No. But you heard how he started that song. Imagine me selling out to B2K. You think you can play me with Monopoly money, boy? See what I mean? You know what I mean? They were trying to get Busy Bone looking like DJ at the end of that Street Fighter movie. Got a whole chest full of bison bucks. You know what I mean? Yo, could you imagine? Could you imagine if like B2K was like, yeah, Busy, Busy Bone go join, like they went to the press with it, like they were, you know what I mean? Headline news, 20 years ago, more than 20, over 20 years ago. Headline news, like they said that, and then like the whole label, the whole B2K label got behind them, and they were like, yeah, and then like the whole like whatever wherever B2K is from, like the mayor and the police and just everybody, people with money, everybody was like, yeah, B2K is right, Busy Bone. Like, could you imagine just how much like worse that would have been for Busy Bone? You know what I mean? He like, damn, I gotta put a diss track against everybody, everybody, everybody. Like, like Busy Bone has to put out a diss track against everybody. Everybody wants to like back up B2K in their claim. Like, could you imagine? Yo, who rapped Everybody? I don't even know if that's what that song was called. It was probably called Everybody. Like, you know what I mean? Like, however you spell that. Oh, nah. Backstreet Boys? Nuh-uh. I said rapped. Kanye West and Ty Dolla $ign? Kanye West and Ty Dolla $ign. Let me see if that's the song. Let me see. Kanye West. See, I don't know nothing about either one. Isn't Ty Dolla $ign on Twitch? Yo, Ty Dolla $ign, what happened to my iTunes account? Let me know. Let me know. My iTunes account got hacked. Hit me up. Let me know what happened with that. Let me know who did that. Kanye West, Ty Dolla $ign, everybody. I don't think this is gonna be it. It's that song, everybody, everybody. But maybe it is. And Charlie Wilson? Who is that? Oh wait, Whammies. Always forever. I hope they getting paid off these whammies was a part of the deal. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. Let me pause that. Raise that. Nah, this ain't it, right? Everybody, everybody. Nah, this definitely ain't it. I ain't never even heard this song. Oh. Oh, dude, they straight up took the Backstreet Boys? That's the Backstreet Boy. Everybody. Yeah. No, so that's not it. Why is this always popping up? Is this actually mine? Like, on my YouTube, I anytime I'm ever looking up music, it always pops up my mix. What is my mix? Is it literally my mix? Because I always just thought it was like some random mix that just exists out there. But it always pops up. You know what I mean? Like a million things will pop up, but that one always like is that actually my mix? Did I put together a mix? Yeah, I got. If I have a mix, you know it's fire. You know it's fire. But I don't recall ever making a music mix on YouTube. You know? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, look, Snow the Products there. Yeah, it's a lot of strange music and Brent Fires and Tobe and Wee Wee. I don't know how you say that. And Ngwigwe, Snoop, Brent Fires. Oh, I got a nerd song on here. Yo, when did I put this together? Jaron Benton? Yo. Give me the loop, give me the loop. Hmm. Wait, there's a busy bone. Hold up. Oh, on the freeway? Yo, one of the best joints. That might be one of the best joints. Freeway, on the freeway might be one of them songs I could just put that one song on repeat for hours. For hours. I just, you know what I mean? House cleaning music, just all day long. No, what's that song? Everybody wanna da 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 da. Everybody wanna da 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 da. Everybody wanna da da da. Like, who's it? Who did that song? Everybody, everybody. Mm. Yeah, Backstreet Boys ripoff song would be, man. See, this is that thing with, you know what I mean? People that listen to hip hop talking about pop music. Like, man, it's not even no hatred. It's just, it's probably just like the old hater coming out of me. They're like Backstreet Boys. Was it in singing them? Yeah, I was trying to pull up that song because I think that song has something to do with you know what I mean? Hmm. Why isn't this working? Why isn't this working for me? That's why. Hmm. Hmm. Wait. My bad. I'm not even paying attention to what I'm doing no more. Am I drawing or am I video editing? Oh, it's not even rendering yet. Hold on. Reset that. Reset that. Oh damn! I ain't even set that. Get out of here. I was trying to. Yeah, that's gonna bug me now. Well, hopefully at least I might replace the song in my head now. You know what I mean? Maybe hopefully I can get the jealousy breeds envy out of my head, and then I can start getting that everybody, everybody. It's stuck in there, right? All right. Tight. Oh, what? What's going on? We okay? We okay? Yeah. Yeah. That idea is really not quite there. Good attempt though. I gotta do something else with it. Gotta do something else with it. Hmm. 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 Difficult than I thought. Hmm. Interesting. I don't even know if I'm still alive. It says that, huh? It's only, we're only at 4 hours. Time remaining. Wait, hold up. Oh no, we're not doing that. No. How long is this video? Hold up. I thought it was only a 30-minute video. What's happening here? It's a 2.5 hour video. Oh. Dang, that's the short version? Short version is 2.5 hours? Okay, I cut that whole thing in there. And then, yeah. Oh, that's a 2.5 hour video. Hold up. Oh, must be because I did that. Hold on. My bad, y'all. Give me a second. Let me pause. Do this. Yo, is my stream not streaming no more? I mean, it says we still streaming. So what's happening? What is happening? It's like everything just went doo doo doo. Yeah, cause well, 2.5 hour video, but still. I mean, I don't got 5.5 hours right now. Oh, two and a half hour video. I don't have no time to really render it at this point, right? Even if it did take 2.5 hours. Dang. Yo, how have I been streaming for 4 hours? And I don't even have anything. I don't have anything drawn. I knew this was gonna be difficult. And you start asking rappers what happened to your iTunes, they want to cut your stream off. Yeah, see, now I'm getting hit everywhere. Now I'm getting hit everywhere. Everywhere saying it's not working. Hmm. Dang. Because, you know, I'm still in the mood. I'm still in the mood to draw. Alright. I mean, just because everything that I've been drawing really ain't nothing. Damn, so what can I do with that? Hmm. Oh, dang. Fix one thing, another thing goes down. Dang, so all I got left are 2 videos that are gonna take forever to render, especially while I'm streaming. You know? Well, I have 0 ideas. Like, I drew something, but that ain't... It's a lot. It's a lot, and it's not working at all. You know what I mean? those look like, because those are a little bit more geometric. Really? Yeah. Dang, it's not what I was looking for. Okay. Man, maybe I just need to like actually draw something instead of trying to figure this out. Cause see, like these, they're dope. The fire, like they're so good that I need to like get rid of this. I honestly, I might just erase these things and stream it for 4 hours. I'm gonna erase it. Okay. I wonder what it is. I mean, I know the differences there. And I know the limitations there. Yeah, these aren't what I was looking for. It's not working for me. Alright, what if I look that up then? That's what I was looking for. Those are dope. Yeah, I'm looking at this wrong. I'm looking at this the wrong way. just scorch. Mm. Yeah, I'm not playing that. I'm not playing that. Yeah, I just need to draw something else. I'm looking at this completely the wrong way. Hmm. 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 There we go. It's something. Hmm. If I did that, how does that go? Dang, what would be, what's the way to do this? So if we have that, it's going like that, and this is to go like that. Okay. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, of course he did. Could you imagine? Oh, dang. Yeah, still doing that, huh? We'll see. You know, I'm so angry. I'm so angry right now. You know what I mean? Not for any particular reason other than this design. You know, sometimes you just gotta get angry. To be like, alright, I'm gonna muscle through this. I'm gonna muscle through this design. There we go, that's what I needed. So, Hmm. It's crazy. It's crazy how you do that. That's not how I want to do that. Hmm. 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 Here we go. So how would I do that? Hmm. 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 know what to put there. What's this thing saying? Alright, so yeah, that's not gonna finish till then. Dang. I don't even think it's worth it. think I might. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just wait until I'm off stream to render these things. So I'll save this and then I'll just get the other one prepped and ready. That way I just have to hit like a render on them. Alright. Yeah, so this is okay. Oh, look at me wearing a Busy Bone shirt in this video too. Look at me. Look at me repping the fandom. Huh. Yeah, so going back to what I was talking about, you know, keeping up with that New Year's resolution, stepping into that game you ain't never stepped into before. New blood in an old business. Most likely, right? Be careful. You know what I mean? You may already have friends you don't know exist. You may already have friends you don't even know exist. They just out there swearing they got something to do with you. You ain't never heard of them. They out there like B2K and you busy bone. Like, yo, I just left something behind. Like, I just left something behind. Like, you know what I mean? And you trying to play me with Monopoly money. Yo, busy bone, shout out for that one. So be careful. Cause you never know how much money somebody out there got out there saying your name like you're their friend. You never know how mobbed up somebody is out there saying your name like they're your friend. Now you're getting implicated in things. You never know how political. Everybody and their mama want to be out there saying your name, pretending like they your friend. You ain't never heard of them. And you just out there, you know what I mean? Youthful with the innovation. And whatever respectful endeavors you pursue. You know, God forbid it be a business of some sort that you do business with. You have some sort of something to do with them. You don't know these people. But you know, adult, all that stuff, you know how adults do it. We gotta do so many things. With so many people you don't even know. So yeah, you might just be out there innovating, chasing your dream, going after it, doing it. You know what I mean? While your competition that you don't even know exists, cause you like, wait, what? When did I become an athlete? Well, competition where? Your competition out there swearing they're your friend. You don't even know they exist, but they know how good you innovate and create. And they want to be out there and be like, no, I swear that's my friend. That's why I stole it. I mean, I borrowed it. I mean, I made it up myself. We just think the same. We friends. We had a conversation. We were both there for it. I swear they know that I know they know that I know that. They're my friend. Why wouldn't they? Like, you know, meanwhile, you just passionate about an old business. They got all these old heads in there. You don't even know they exist. They swear they're your best friend. Dang, that was quicker than I thought it'd be. That was so much quicker than I thought it'd be. You got a stalker. Okay. Did I draw everything here? God forbid you try to be like Busy Bone and get like a family thing going on with your social media. You know what I mean? I imagine anything that anybody wants to do is gonna be like online these days. You know what I mean? At some capacity. You know, Busy Bone done did everything he done did. And now he got himself a beautiful life. Making original content with his family. Yo. Do I know how to pick them or do I know how to pick them? You know what I'm saying? Hmm. You know, you got Expedition 33 out here winning all the awards. I heard there's a game out there that already Japanese style. That's crazy. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? New studio, I'm pretty sure this was their first effort, even though they're all ex-devs from like a bigger company or something like that. Like, as far as like them getting together and making this project and it being as successful as it is, like, that's what I mean. Like, that's what they want. They want you to be out there making something, because maybe you can make the next best thing and get 0. You know, already got people ripping off their style, which I don't even know if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe it's coding. But it's like it's an RPG, or you know what I mean, like a turn-based system. You know, but you make the latest and greatest thing. You got people like me out here being like, yo, they should be doing Final Fantasy. And then you got companies out there that are like, ooh, fresh company, fresh blood. Like making that new. Now everybody saw them win all them awards, and now they're like, yeah, we did that. That's what we do now. Like, excuse me? Jealousy breed envy. And the jealousy breed envy. Dang, this thing's leaking heavy. What? Why? Why? Why you do that? Yeah, what was it? Nintendo recently? Nintendo was trying to claim something that wasn't theirs. Just bullying the whole industry. I don't even know what it was. It had something to do with like Pokemon and them. Some sort of something. Nintendo and Pokemon was like, yo, we own everything. We own everything, we swear. And they had to get like humbled real quick. Like, nah, you can kind of own this, but you can't really. But you can't do all that. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes you just gotta give babies they binky. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. 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 Oh, dang. I got rid of those, huh? Hey, I found G Mr. Drew channel. Look at all this stuff he created. I could just steal all this stuff. He ain't got no followers. Who's gonna believe him? I only got publishing dates and everything like that, right? I only have dates of publication, that's all. Can you say the same? Or is the only thing you got is like money and a mouth to run? Oh, look at you. Right there. Not a terrible recovery, but there's definitely something I need to sleep on there. Anyways, with that said, I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. Link is in the bio. Check it out. Links to everywhere there. I got merch stores. Buy all that merch. I got Patreon. Buy all that Patreon. I want to draw something for you. Oh yeah, and the Blue Wings, man. 50% off. Check it out. Love y'all. Peace. Trickery, treachery, damn near treacherous. This is getting biblical, baby. Seen so many faces and been to so many places. Hmm. Man, these things are so rough. Give me crystal, maybe man up. Hmm. Hmm. Nice. Yo, what do I even call this one? Oh yeah. When I go to the G Montana. G Montana. And you messing with me, you messing with the best.